Test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2.
This is a broadcast of William Peace University Athletics presented by the Athletic Communication. Welcome back on the back here on the Pacer pregame. This is a broadcast of William Peace University Athletics presented by the Athletic Communications Department on the Pacers Sports Network. Thank you for joining us here on the Pacer pregame show as we get you ready for what could be the biggest matchup in William Peace baseball program history as the Pacers host the number one team in the nation, the SUNY Cortland Red Dragons, here today at the USA National Training Complex as the Pacers are looking to continue their win streak against nationally ranked opponents. The Pacers currently 1-1 on the year when facing nationally ranked teams, and the Pacers will look to cause the biggest upset in D3 baseball so far if they are able to knock off the Red Dragons here today. It'd be the ultimate David versus Goliath story in terms of baseball and for William Peace Athletics. Hello everybody, my name is Graham Hill. Thank you for joining us here on the Pacers Sports Network, streaming to you live on the WPU Athletics YouTube channel as the Pacers welcome in the 10-3 SUNY Cortland Red Dragons from Cortland, New York. The Red Dragons, very impressive team. Their record speaks for themselves. As I mentioned, they come into today's matchup with an overall record of 10-3. They are currently riding a 2-game winning streak, and they are one of the best in Division III baseball. And I do not say that just because they are the number one nationally ranked team in the country, but when you look at their long history, we could have a whole pregame show just previewing SUNY Cortland, but we are going to do as much as we can in the 30 minutes that we have before the opening pitch here at the USA National Training Complex. That will be coming up shortly after 3 p.m. as the Pacers get ready to start off another week of baseball and start off this, or continue this tough stretch of games that they have this week, as they started things off this past Sunday, taking on another nationally ranked opponent, the number 14th team in the country, the Adrian College Bulldogs, and then the Greensboro College Pride. 2 games in one day. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but for right now, let's talk about the Pacers' opponents here today at the USA National Training Complex, the Red Dragons. They finished last season with an overall record of 33-9. That gave them a .706 win percentage. They went 14-2 in their conference of the SUNYAC with a .875 win percentage in conference. The Red Dragons were 19-6 on their home field, 8-0 on the road, so they were some road warriors. They did not mind getting on a bus and traveling to face teams such as they're doing today, coming down here to Cary, North Carolina, on the way back from a weekend in South Carolina. Last season, the Red Dragons scored a total of 346 runs off 476 hits. They finished with a .340 batting average and a .477 slugging percentage. They scored a total, or they hit a total of 26 home runs, and their pitchers acquired 191 strikeouts. Last season concluded after the Red Dragons tied for 3rd place nationally at the NCAA Division III World Series after splitting 2 games. The season came to a close for the Red Dragons off a 11-8 loss to Salisbury after the Seagulls scored 4 runs in the top of the 9th to take away a 1-run Cortland lead. Salisbury would go on to win the national title after defeating St. Thomas twice, so the Cortland Red Dragons were just that close to making it to the final game in the NCAA Division III World Series. Salisbury spoiled those hopes, but the Red Dragons would get revenge against the Seagulls at the beginning of the season. More of that in just a second. Last season marked the 15th World Series appearance and its NCAA Division III record, 28th consecutive national tournament showing. The Red Dragons overall have placed 3rd or better in 7 of their 15 series showing, claiming a national title back in 2015, finishing as runner-up in 2005 and again in 2010, and placing 3rd or tied for 3rd in 97, 98, and previous to last season, 2016. Prior to this season, the Cortland baseball team was ranked second nationally overall in Division III in the Collegiate Baseball Newspaper 2022 preseason poll. The Red Dragons in total were scheduled to play 15 games this season against teams either ranked or receiving votes in the Collegiate Baseball poll. Cortland opened the season back on February 18th as they defeated the national champions, Salisbury, where they would get revenge against the Seagulls, defeating them 7-3, and again 2 days later by a final of 10-9 in an opening weekend tournament. Salisbury was ranked first overall when those two meetings took place early this season. And then the following weekend, the Seagulls would face, the Red Dragons, after facing the Seagulls and defeating them twice to begin the year, would face fifth-ranked opponent at the time, Johns Hopkins, and defeated the Blue Jays by a final of 9-4. And then, at the time, the 13th ranked team in the nation, a team out of the USA South Conference, the North Carolina Wesleyan Ballin Bishops. The Ballin Bishops, however, would defeat the Red Dragons by a final of 3-5, giving the Red Dragons one of their three losses so far this season. Couple team notes for the Red Dragons to get you familiar with some of their players to keep an eye on in today's game. They are being led in the batting category by the left-handed batter and senior captain, number 16, Scott Giordano. He currently has a .407 batting average, has a total of 54 at-bats so far this season, and has scored 8 runs off of 22 hits, along with 18 RBIs. He has hit 1 home run so far this season and has a .500 slugging percentage. In the pitching category, they are led by right-handed pitcher, graduate student captain, number 38, Zach Durant. He has an ERA of 0, a 1.15 of walks and hits by his total innings pitched, a 1-0 win-loss record, a 3-3 appearance to games started, and has an 0-1 shutout record. He has pitched a total of 11 1/3 of innings so far this season and has only allowed 6 hits, 1 run, and has a total of 8 straight strikeouts so far this season. So those are the two players right off the bat that you want to keep an eye on, and that I'm sure Coach Purcelli has addressed with the team in the scout report so far heading to this game again. Senior captain number 16, Scott Giordano, and then graduate student pitcher number 38, Zach Durant, are the two players that stuck out to me right off the bat for this number 1 ranked team in the country. There are a lot more players that we can talk about throughout the broadcast and that we will mention as we will see appearances from them throughout the game. But for right now, let's go on with our preview of the Red Dragons. They come into carry this afternoon after wrapping up a 4-game series against Case Western Reserve this past weekend down in South Carolina. The two teams split up the 4 games by playing 2 doubleheaders, both on Saturday and Sunday. Again, that series took place this following weekend. On Saturday in Game 1 of the first doubleheader, the Red Dragons defeated the Spartans by a final of 12-1, but would fall in Game 2 by a final of 3-7. On Saturday, momentum belonged all to the Red Dragons as Cortland pitching allowed only 1 run over 18 innings between those 2 doubleheaders as the nationally top-ranked Red Dragons swept Case Western Reserve 8-0 and 3-1 in a non-league doubleheader at the Lexington County Stadium. Zach Durant allowed 2 hits and 6 scoreless innings as the starter in Game 1, and Brendan Dissonell allowed 1 run over 6 relief innings to earn the win in Game 2. The Red Dragons were able to defeat the Spartans in Game 1 of their doubleheader on Sunday by a final of 8-0, as Durant allowed 2 hits and 2 walks and struck out 4 as he picked up his first victory of the season. He combined on the shutout with Patrick Dalton and James LeBruno. Dalton fanned 4 batters and 2 perfect innings. LeBruno walked 2 batters to start the ninth, but settled down to retire the next 3 hitters. Scott Giordano finished 2 for 4 with a first inning 2-run home run to extend his hitting streak to 18 games. That streak, however, was snapped in the second game. Hunter Holiday was 2 for 3, and Nick Shimadi went 1 for 2 with 2 walks and 2 runs scored. In Game 2, the Red Dragons defeated the Spartans by a final of 3-1 as Will McCarthy started for Cortland and went the first 3 innings. He allowed just 4 hits and 1 walk and did not give up a single run. Disonell started the 4th and went the rest of the way for the win. Over 6 innings, he gave up 1 run on 5 hits and 2 walks and struck out 6 batters. Cortland scored in the first when a Coleman single combined with an error that allowed a run to score. Coleman's solo home run in the 5th made it 2-0. Case answered with a Jacob Lott sac fly in the 6th, but the Red Dragons picked up a run in the 7th on a Chris Bonacci RBI infield single. Coleman finished 3 for 4 with a homer. Bonacci was 2 for 2 with a double and an RBI. James Vererian, that's a hard name to say. We'll try to get that right throughout the broadcast today. Went 2 for 3 with a double and a walk. Giordano and Rhodes each drew 2 walks, although Giordano was hitless in his 3 official at-bats to end his 18-game hitting streak. Jack Anderson led Case with a 3 for 4 outing. Zach Carnici was 2 for 3 with a walk, and Jay Smith finished 2 for 5. Over 5 frames, the pitcher, William Bouma, took the loss after giving up 2 runs and 1 earned. He allowed 8 hits and 2 walks and struck out 5. So that is what the Red Dragons did in their previous matchup before traveling to Cary here today to take on the William Peace Pacers. That's our preview of the Pacers' opponent here today, the number 1 nationally ranked team in the country, the SUNY Cortland Red Dragons. We want to thank www.cortlandreddragons.com for helping contribute this information for us to use here on the Pacer pregame show. We'll take our first pause, and when we come back, we'll preview the Pacers side of things coming to today's game as you're listening to pregame coverage of William Peace Baseball right here on the Pacer Sports Network. Pacer pregame show streaming to you live on the WPU Athletics YouTube channel. We are coming to you live from the USA National Training Complex, where we are just about 15 minutes away from the opening pitch between your Pacers and the number 1 nationally ranked SUNY Cortland Red Dragons. As I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the Red Dragons come into today's matchup with an overall record of 10-3. The Pacers come into today's matchup this afternoon with an overall record of 10-6. Let's preview the Pacers side of things ahead of this matchup. Last week, the Pacers went a total of 4-1 as they defeated Dean College in a 3-game series, starting with 2 wins and a doubleheader by a total of 7-6 in Game 1 and then 11-7 in Game 2. They completed the sweep over the Bulldogs with a 14-6 win in Game 3. That series first taking place last Sunday, and then Game 3 took place on Monday. So the Pacers were in action over spring break. Their spring break started off with that series over Dean College, where they were able to get their first sweep of the season and their first series sweep over a team. The Pacers would quickly have their 3-game winning streak snapped as they fell to SUNY Brockport, the neighboring college of Cortland, in Game 1 of a doubleheader last Friday by a final of 6-0, but were able to return the favor in Game 2 by a final of 4-2. And then this past Sunday started off what began a tough 6-game stretch that the Pacers have coming up as they would face their second nationally ranked team or nationally ranked opponent of the season. The first ranked opponent that the Pacers faced were the Lynchburg Hornets. That game taking place 2 weeks ago here at the USA National Training Complex. The Pacers falling in that one to the Hornets by a final of 10-6. But they were able to even up their overall record against top 25 opponents and hope to continue that record today against the Red Dragons. But first, let's talk about their second opponent that was a nationally ranked team, the Adrian College Bulldogs. They defeated the Bulldogs at Truist Point in High Point by a final of 9-7. The Pacers at one point led that game by a score of 9-2, but of course the Bulldogs decided to finally start making contact with the ball in the bottom of the ninth to raise not only Coach Long's blood pressure, but probably make fans across the airways and checking in at home a little nauseous. But junior right-handed pitcher Peyton Howard made the save to secure the Pacers the win and get them their first win over a top 25 ranked opponent, and also Coach Long's first signature win with the program. The team would experience an emotional roller coaster as they would fall in their second game of the day to the Greensboro College Pride in a non-conference slate by a final of 5-14. That now sets us up for our Pacer previous game recap presented by GoPeacePacers.com. Fans, as always, for the latest news and updates from all things WPU athletics, please visit GoPeacePacers.com. Previewing or recapping the Adrian College game, the first game of 2 that the Pacers had to play this past Sunday at Truist Point and High Point. Again, William Peace would split this past Sunday by defeating 14th ranked overall Adrian College 9-7, while falling to Greensboro College 14-5. Hunter Ward would start the Pacers off strong at the top of the first, hitting one out of the park to score. Logan Barber would put the Pacers up 2-0. And the Bulldogs would be able to add a run to cut the Pacers' lead to 2-1 in the bottom of the first. At the top of the third, though, Cameron Butler would single to score Brett Kemp and bring the score to 3-1. Hunter Ward would double at the top of the sixth to bring Kevin Gonzalez and Jake Norris home to put the Pacers up 5-1. Hunter Ward would score on an error to put the score at 6-1. Then at the top of the seventh, Nick Tyler would bring home Jake Norris to put the Pacers up 7-1, but a double from the Bulldogs once again would cut the Pacers' lead to 7-2. At the top of the ninth, Nick Tyler would bring home Kevin Gonzalez to give the Pacers an 8-2 advantage. A double from Ian Turner would score Hunter Ward for a 9-2 William Peace lead. The Bulldogs would battle back, as I mentioned, in the bottom of the ninth, adding 2 home runs and banging in 5 runs, but the Pacers would survive and advance and hold off to win that game 9-7. It's also worth mentioning that just Yesterday, Hunter Ward was rewarded USA South Player of the Week for his dominant performance against Adrian College to help give the Pacers a 9-7 victory over the current 14th ranked team in the country. In the Pacers game against Greensboro College, it was the Pacers' second game of the day. At the top of the first, Nick Tyler would single to score Barber and put the Pacers up 1-0. Tyler would add another single at the top of the third to bring the score to 2-0, while a single from Adam Joseph would bring home Jake DeCunto at the top of the fourth for a 3-0 Pacer lead. Greensboro would cut the lead to 3-2 with a single in the bottom of the fourth, while a few good hits and a home run in the bottom of the fifth would put the Pride up 8-3. After the bottom of the fourth and then on, it was nothing but Greensboro College riding the momentum throughout the rest of the game. A triple from Pat Rogan would cut the Pride lead to 8-4, while a sacrifice fly from Ethan Gibby May would score Rogan at the top of the sixth to bring the score to 8-5. The Pride would put up a big sixth inning to lead 12-5, adding another final run in the bottom of the eighth to secure a 14-5 win over the Pacers. Now, I know a lot of people here in this pregame show are probably asking, how was it set up that the Pacers had to play 2 games in one day against 2 totally different opponents? My guess is this. I don't really like to make assumptions, but this is the only thing I could think of. Adrian College, previous to playing William Peace, had played against Greensboro Friday and Saturday. They defeated the Pride in both of those games. So I feel like the only way the Pacers were able to schedule the Bulldogs in the first place were to travel to Truist Point in High Point, which is now where Greensboro College has their home games. And then since Adrian College was in town, they were able to get the Bulldogs. And then to return the favor, they had to play Greensboro. But nonetheless, yes, the Pacers were able to beat the 14th ranked team in the country. They did not have a good show in their second game against the Pride, but those games are over with. You have a much better opponent here today that you have to face. SUNY Cortland being the number 1 team in the country, so you have to get ready to face them today. But just to recap lastly on the Adrian Greensboro game, let's give you our Pacers top performers from Sunday. Hunter Ward, of course, as I mentioned, had a stellar performance in Game 1 against Adrian College. He went 4 for 6 in Game 1, adding 4 RBIs as he hit for the cycle. Philip Berger tallied 5 strikeouts in Game 1, and then Kevin Gonzalez went 4 for 5 in Game 1. Again, it's worth mentioning that Hunter Ward yesterday was given Player of the Week by the USA South Conference. That now means that the Pacers so far have 2 players that have been given rewards by the USA South, the other player being Philip Berger, as he was able to get Pitcher of the Week earlier on in the season. That Pacers previous game recap is presented by GoPeacePacers.com. For the latest news and updates from William Peace University Athletics, please visit GoPeacePacers.com. You can also like the Pacers on Facebook or follow them on Instagram and Twitter at GoPeacePacers. We'll take another pause. When we come back, we'll hear from the man himself, head coach Charlie Long, ahead of his team's game against the number 1 team in the nation, the SUNY Cortland Red Dragons, and we'll get his thoughts on the matchup as we're setting you up for the first pitch between the nationally ranked Red Dragons and your Pacers right here on the Pacer pregame show, streaming live on the Pacer Sports Network. Back here on the Pacer pregame show as we were moments away from the first pitch between the Pacers and the SUNY Cortland Red Dragons. We're now being joined by head coach Charlie Long ahead of his team's game against a very good nationally ranked opponent. It is worth noting that in the recent Division III rankings, SUNY Cortland was placed at the second team in the nation prior to this interview. We were under the impression that they were still remaining at number one. But nonetheless, Coach Long, shame on me for how much I've kind of talked about SUNY Cortland in this pregame show. I mean, obviously their record and their rich history speaks for itself, but just from your perspective, I want to know what fans should know about what you're proud of that your team has accomplished so far this season coming to today's game.
Well, I mean, I love the scrappiness of our team. We have, really made good strides from week to week. We've played a good schedule. Sunday was big for us. In our game against Adrian, we played really well. Unfortunately, we followed up with a poor showing against Greensboro. But I mean, again, that's part of the growing pain process. But yeah, I mean, I've been really pleased. I just love the way we fight. I mean, we make all 27 outs count, and I don't think we're ever out of a game, and that's really. I mean, that's what I want our standard to be here, and I think the guys have really, man, they're fighters. Yeah.
And I know you said that they're never out of a game, and I also think that it's worth saying that they're definitely not out of the season. I know it's kind of an emotional roller coaster ride when you beat a team like Adrian and then have a performance like Greensboro. But as you mentioned, that's sort of the growing pains, and that's also sort of the pains that you just have to go through playing 2 games in one day against 2 different opponents. But even in that Greensboro game, what were some of the positive things that you took away from that loss?
Gerard threw great. Yeah, he threw great. Unfortunately, his pitch count was a little bit up, and we've kept him in a 40 to 50 pitch range. I would have loved to have run him out there for another inning, but was really excited. I'm really excited the way he's progressed. I mean, breaking balls really good. Add some life to his fastball. It was good to get some other guys some playing time, and get them out there and let them just get a taste of action against what will be a conference school. So I mean, overall, that was what I was most pleased with. Again, our whole issue is defense. We just until we clean that up, we won't be able to go to the next level. But I'm confident that we will. I really am confident that we will.
This is head coach Charlie Long joining us on the Pacer pregame show ahead of his team's matchup against the SUNY Cortland Red Dragons. First pitch coming up shortly after 3 p.m. here at the USA National Training Complex. Speaking of the USA National Training Complex, all of your non-conference portion games of the schedule have been played on the backfield. Big surprise last night, this game is going to be played on the main stadium field here today. What was the reason behind that? Is that just sort of something for the team to play for here today?
Well, I made a request to Coach Judy, when we got the schedule. I knew Cortland would be in the top 5, so I asked him if we could play there, and I know he did a great job of working the details to get this matchup. So, we're excited to try it out before Mary Baldwin comes in next week, and so it'll be the kids were fired up about it,
And to give Coach Judy credit, as you mentioned, it was his doing that was able to get this game scheduled, sure. And thankful for him to give the Pacers an opponent like this early on in the season. What sort of goes through your head as a coach when you see a team with the caliber of talent like SUNY Cortland just right off the bat know that they're coming to play on your home field?
Tremendous amount of respect for Joe Brown. I mean, absolutely one of the best coaches at any level in baseball. His team is they're always pitching in defense as long as we've played them. Along my career. But again, I just respect what he's done. They were good before he got there, and he took them to another level. And anybody that can consistently go through the World Series year after year, my hat's off to them.
Their record and their history definitely speaks for itself. Coach Long, real quick in 30 seconds or less, tell us, what do you tell your team as far as keeping things within your house and just making sure that they're calm and collected coming to a game against an opponent like SUNY Cortland?
let's just play a clean game today. Let's play a clean game. Whatever happens, happens. But at the end of the day, if we can know that we scrapped, like we're capable of doing, and know that we again played good defense, pitch well, then we can. I mean, we've shown we can play with anyone. So let's have that team show up today.
Thank you so much, Coach. Best of luck in today's game.
Thank you.
You cannot ask for a most beautiful day for some college baseball as we are coming to you live from the USA National Training Complex here in Cary. We are looking at 400 feet out to center field, 330 feet to our left, and 330 feet to our right as we are moments away from the first pitch between the visiting SUNY Cortland Red Dragons and your William Peace Pacers. Huge matchup coming up for the Pacers as they get ready to take on a very, very good opponent in the second nationally ranked team in the country.
Leading off for the Red Dragons, number 17.
As we are getting ready for the first pitch, as it will be number 17, Matt Kraft leading things off for us. As the first baseman, number 17, Matt Kraft, will get us started here, as he will be facing left-handed pitcher number 17, Brendan Shea, getting the start on the mound today for the Pacers, as Kraft will foul it off behind home plate. And they will start off with an 0-2 count. Thank you for joining us here on the Pacers Sports Network. Pacers versus the second-ranked nationally team in the nation. Pacers coming off, of course, an emotional roller coaster on Sunday as Kraft fouls it off again to the right side as they fell to Greensboro College in their previous game by a final score of 14-5. Prior to that, they were able to upset the 14th ranked team in the nation at the time, the Adrian Bulldogs, by a final of 9-7. But right now, they have a bigger test in front of them with Adrian College. Shea's next pitch, out and away. That will now make the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch by Shea. Kraft makes contact with it, goes past the glove of Shea. It will roll into left field or center field. And so that will put Kraft on base.
Now up for the Dragons, number 26, second baseman, Nick Shimadi.
So a ground single into center field for Kraft. That will now bring up the second baseman, number 26, Nick Shimadi of the Red Dragons. First pitch by Shea is going to be out and away. Start off the count 1-0. Next pitch by Shea. He will check it over to first base. Trying to catch Kraft slipping at the leadoff position. Shea already with 5 pitches for the Pacers. 1-0 count against Shimadi. Next pitch by Shea. Right down the middle. Good pitch by Shea there to now even up the count at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kraft on first. Nobody out for the Red Dragons at their first at bat. Shea will throw it back to first, trying to get Kraft out. 1-1 the count. Another throw over to the first baseman, Brett Kemp. Kemp not able to hold on to it, but Kraft will not even think about trying to challenge the runners. 1-1 still the count. There's the pitch by Shea. Low and in. Colt Robbins trying to throw Kraft out at second. Does not get the ball there in time. So Kraft is able to advance. That previous pitch almost looked like it went off the foot of Kraft. That will now make the count 2 balls, 1 strike off Shimadi, I should say. Kraft the man at second. Next pitch by Shea. Shimadi makes contact with it, goes in the gap between left and center field, and Tyler's not able to see it as that ball will roll to the wall. Kraft will score easily, and the Dragons are already able to take a 1-0 lead off the double by Shimadi. Make that a triple.
Now up for SUNY Cortland, number 16, the center fielder, Scott Giordano.
That will now bring up center fielder Scott Giordano, one of the more impressive players on this Red Dragons team. Giordano, as we mentioned in the pregame show, is one of the captains of this team. Currently has a batting average of .407. He's had a total of 54 at-bats this season and has scored 8 runs off of 22 hits. But Shea is able to get ahead in the count early. 0-1. Next pitch by Shea. Just a little outside the zone. That'll even things up at 1-1. Next pitch by Shea. It's fouled off by Giordano to the right side of first base, down the SUNY Cortland dugout. 1-2 the count now. Brendan Shea comes to this game with an 0-1 record. He's had to make 0 saves so far this season. He's pitched 12 1/3 innings. As his next pitch to Giordano is in the dirt, evening up the count at 2-2. Shea has faced 49 batters. He has been able to get 10 strikeouts off those batters. He's only walked 8 of those batters and has only allowed 10 hits, 8 runs, 2 errors, and has thrown 1 wild pitch. As his next pitch is up and away. That'll make it 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runner on third and Shimadi. And Shea's next pitch is not to the umpire's liking, so that will put Giordano on first.
Now up for the Red Dragons, the catcher, number 34, James Varian.
They'll bring up the catcher, number 34, James Varian. But now runners on the corners for the Red Dragons. Shea's pitch count is up to 15 now. Here's his first pitch to Varian, and he throws it right down the middle to get ahead in the count for strike 1. Against a team like SUNY Cortland, you can't allow them to get on base unearned. You got to make them work for it. You got to get ahead in the count early. As Shea's next pitch is in the dirt, making the count 1-1. Pacers still with no outs in the top of the first, as Shea will throw over to first. Giordano gets back safely. Next pitch by Shea. Out and away. 2 balls, 1 strike now the count. Giordano and Shimadi at the corners, and Shea will make contact with Varian, and that will be another walk. 2 walks in a row for Shea.
For SUNY Cortland, third baseman, number 2, Dan Coleman.
Third baseman number 2, Dan Coleman, is our next batter for the Red Dragons. As now the bases are loaded here in the top of the first. Not the way you want to start things off here if you're Coach Long's team. Let's see if Shea can get back in his groove. He's able to throw a nice pitch right down the middle to get ahead in the count. 0-1. Next pitch by Shea. As it will be fouled off. Now making the count 0-2. Pacers still looking to get their first outing of the inning with the bases loaded. Cortland already with a early 1-0 lead here in the top of the first. Next pitch by Shea. As that is going to be an RBI single in the right field. That will bring in 2 runners. And Cortland now applying damage early here against the Pacers.
Now up for the Red Dragons, the left fielder, number 10, Matt Bruno.
So off of Coleman's RBI single to right, that will advance Varian to third. That will put Coleman on first. And that allows the Red Dragons to put on 2 more extra runs for an early 3-0 lead here against the Pacers. Now we'll have our first mound visit of the day. Porcelli will step up to try and calm down Brendan Shea here just a little bit. Up next for the Red Dragons, left fielder number 10, Matt Bruno. Runners on the corner. Runners on the corner once again for the Pacers, or for the Red Dragons, I should say. Shea's already slinged the ball 22 times just in the top of the first. 22 of those pitches being strikes. This next one is popped up to left field. Gonzalez trying to get under it, trying to locate it, finds it. That gives the Red Dragons their first out. But Adrian will come in to score.
Now up for the Red Dragons, the designated hitter, number 20, Adam Mitchkowski.
So after the pop-up out over to the left field by Bruno, that now brings up designated hitter number 20, Adam Mitchkowski. One man on first. 0-1 the count so far. Next pitch by Shea, as Mitchkowski pops that one up. Brett trying to run that one down, but it falls out of play. But that will now make the count 0-2. Mitchkowski batting in the 7th spot for the Red Dragons. Red Dragons already just here in the top of the first have almost run through the cycle. As Robbins tries to throw down Coleman. Tried to steal second. Overthrew it just a little bit. Good job there by the shortstop, or excuse me, by Barber, to stop that ball from going further into the outfield. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Next pitch by Shea. Swing and a miss. As Shea is able to find his first strikeout, and that will retire the second batter.
Now up for SUNY Cortland, the right fielder, number 30, Luke Shartner.
Right fielder number 30, Shartner, up to bat now. As Coleman's on second. Shea just got his previous batter, Shea just got his first strikeout of the game. And the Pacers just need 1 more out to get their offense going after the Red Dragons offense has jumped off to an early 4-0 lead. First pitch by Shea, swing and a miss by Shartner. It's what you want to see there by Brendan Shea with his potential last out approaching. 0-1 the count. Shea checks the runner at second, looks back over his shoulder again. There's the pitch. Shartner gets underneath this one. Rogan backing up in right field. That should do it. And Rogan is able to bring the ball down. So after the top of the first, the Red Dragons do some damage early, as they were able to put on 4 runs, all 3 hits with no errors. Let's see if the Pacers can respond at their first batting of the game. You're listening to coverage of William Peace Baseball right here on the Pacer Sports Network. Back here on the Pacers Sports Network, as the Red Dragons have jumped off to an early 4-0 lead. Pacers will get their first at bat of the game.
Leading off for the Pacers, second baseman, number 23, Logan Barber.
As Barber will start things off for us. Leading off for the Pacers, the second baseman. Filling in that position for normally number 12, Jake DeCunto, who is out today with a hip injury. As the right-handed pitcher, number 31, Ryan Flansburgh, starts off against Barber with two balls, 0-2 the count. That's pitched by Flansburgh. Barber checked at it. Home umpire will check to first. First base umpire says he was good. So that starts things off 0-3. Barber could have a chance here to take a swing at it. Lets this one go past him, and it is going to be in the zone for strike one. 1-3 the count now. Next pitch is out and away for a ball.
Now up for the Pacers, center fielder, number 28, Nick Tyler.
Center fielder now, Nick Tyler will step up to the plate. He has the fourth highest batting average of the season so far for the Pacers at .322. Let's see if he can advance Barber, who is at first, as Flansburgh is able to get ahead in the count on Tyler. 0-1. As Flansburgh will throw over to first, trying to catch Barber off guard. So good way for the Pacers to start off, as they didn't have to do too much at their first at bat. As Barber graciously took the walk over to first. Count currently against Tyler 1-1. No outs so far. Red Dragons lead 4-0. Flansburgh checking over his shoulder. Here comes the pitch. Tyler gets under it. Pops that one up. Center fielder comes in, and it's going to drop for a single for Nick Tyler.
Now up for the Pacers, third baseman, number 19, Hunter Ward.
Ward now will step up to the plate for the Pacers. The third baseman, number 19, has one home run so far this season. It'd be great if he could get his second right here to cut this Red Dragons lead just down to one here in the bottom half of the inning. Thank you for joining us here on the Pacers Sports Network as Ward's first pitch from Flansburgh has popped up. First baseman Bruno to try and locate it. Finds it. As that'll be the first out for the Pacers.
Now coming to the plate for the Pacers, first baseman, number 26, Brett Kemp.
So now the transfer from Francis Marion, number 26, Brett Kemp, will step up to the plate. As Barber is at second, Tyler's at first. Kemp, one of the workhorses for this Pacer team, as Flansburgh starts off ahead in the count to make it 0-1. Brett Kemp is one of the doubles machines, or the RBI doubles machines on this team. It'd be nice if he could lay the ball down here to potentially bring in Barber to get the Pacers on the board. Next pitch by Flansburgh, right down the middle for strike two. 0-2 the count. Pacers with men on first and second. Kemp up to bat. Kemp will now call time. Third base coach Steven Zamora giving the sign over to Barber, who's at second. As that Red Dragons infield is not really covering second much. In fact, the shortstop is lined up right behind Barber as the next pitch to Kemp is out and away. 1-2 the count. Kemp strikes out looking.
Now coming to the plate for the Pacers, number 43, right fielder, Pat Rogan.
So Pat Rogan out of Norfolk, Virginia, the right fielder, stepping up to the plate now. Pacers now with 2 outs. 1 hit so far. 2 men on base. Red Dragons with a 4-0 lead here. Rogan also with 1 home run this season. As his first pitch from Flansburgh is hit and away for strike 1. Flansburgh throws back to second, trying to pick off Barber. Barber's able to get back in time. Rogan batting in the 5th spot for the Pacers. So next pitch to Rogan. Low and outside. That evens up the count at 1-1. Flansburgh already 1 strikeout off the previous batter. Shea also with 1 strikeout so far in this game. Red Dragons control the lead early at 4-0. Next pitch by Flansburgh right down the middle. So Rogan watches that one go past him. Now making the count 1-2. Flansburgh checks over his right shoulder towards second, looks back, winds up, there's the pitch. High and away. That evens up the count at 2-2. Kind of hard up here to see what kind of pitches are being thrown. So far it looks like Flansburgh's just loading up a fastball every single time. I could be wrong on that. We'll try to do a better job here of actually giving you the correct pitch being thrown, but so far the count is 2-2 with 2 outs on the board. Red Dragons up by 4. Pat Rogan up to bat for the Pacers in the bottom half of the first. Next pitch, swing and a miss as Flansburgh is able to retire Rogan.
No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left, 2 men left. After 1 complete, Cortland 4, William Peace Pacers 0.
So Pacers leave 2 on in a critical first at bat as they find themselves down 4-0. We'll be right back as you're listening to coverage of William Peace Baseball right here on the Pacer Sports Network. Welcome back on the Pacers Sports Network for coverage of William Peace baseball, coming to you live from the USA National Training Complex inside the stadium today. Don't adjust your laptops, tablets, whatever you're watching this on, as Michalski, who leads things off for the Pacers in the top of the second, is able to get on first right off of Shea's first pitch, as it looks like that might be an error on first. That is a tough call. Either way, that puts the Red Dragons at the top of the order. We'll wait for the official word here in just a second once it comes in, as it looks like they're going to count that as a hit. So that will be a single for Michalski. That will bring up Kraft, who scored a single or hit a single at his first at bat for the Red Dragons, as Shea starts things off by trying to pick off Michalski. Next pitch is fouled up, or fouled down the first base line. That will now make the count 0-1. Kraft getting the sign from his third base coach. As Shea throws back over to first. The Red Dragons are led by head coach Joe Brown in his 23rd season with the program, as he has really taken this SUNY Cortland baseball program to the next level, as Coach Long said, as Kraft is able to get a bunt down, and Shea will just underhand throw that over to first to retire the batter.
Now up the second baseman, number 26, Nick Shimadi.
That will now bring up second baseman number 26, Nick Shimadi, for the Red Dragons. Shimadi was also able to get on base in his first outing. As Robbins had some trouble locating the ball. Good block there. As Michalski has advanced over to second. 1-0 the count so far against Shimadi. Shea checks over his shoulder. Throws a nice pitch right down the middle to even back up the count at 1-1. We want to thank all 100 of y'all watching us so far on the Pacers Sports Network. Thank you for tuning in. Shea throws back over to second, trying to pick off Michalski, unable to do so. 1-1 still the count, 1 out for the Red Dragons, although they maintain a 4-0 lead. Shea does have 1 strikeout so far. Looking for a second. Next pitch by Shea. High and away. That makes the count 2-1. Shea hikes his leg up, pauses, as Michalski scurried back to second base. Time called. 2-1 the count. 1 out currently for the Red Dragons, who lead 4-0. Next pitch by Shea, as he is able to squeeze that one in the zone. Good pitch there, as it was low and in, but it fit the zone perfectly to now make the count even at 2-2. Next pitch by Shea. Contact made there by Shimadi, as he will drop that one down into the middle of the outfield Gonzalez trying to throw over to second, as that will bring in Mitchkowski to score off the RBI double by Shimadi.
Now up for the Red Dragons, center fielder number 16, Scott Giordano.
So now Scott Giordano back up to the plate for the Red Dragons, as the Red Dragons were able to get their first 4 batters on base and were able to bring them home in the top of the first. So far they've gotten 2 hits in the top of the second, as Shimadi is on second. Shea ahead of the count currently, 0-2. Checks over his shoulder at second. Next pitch. Contact made. Giordano pops that one up to right field. Rogan locating it. Rogan brings it down.
Now up, the catcher, number 34, James Varian.
So now the catcher for the Red Dragons, number 34, James Varian. Back up to the plate. Pacers just need 1 out to stop the bleeding that the Red Dragons are trying to put on early in this game, as Shea's first pitch is right down the middle but outside of the zone for ball 1. 1-0 the count. Next pitch by Shea. Swing and a miss by Varian, as Shea went back to that exact same pitch they threw last time. This time Varian tried to take a swing at it, was unable to make contact, evening up the count at 1-1. Another swing and a miss by Varian. That pitch low to the ground. Varian wanted to take his chances with it. Unsuccessful. 1-2 now the count. Shea collecting himself just a little bit, as he has Shimadi directly behind him on second. 1-2 the count. 2 outs for the Red Dragons. Next pitch by Shea, as Varian unable to find his spot, fouls that one off at the last second towards the right of the first base line. Count remains the same. That one up and in, as Varian had to lean back just a little bit to avoid that ball glazing him. Should said grazing, not glazing like a donut. 2-2 the count. 2 outs for the Red Dragons. Man on second. Next pitch by Shea. It's Varian pops this one up behind the grandstands. Count still even at 2-2. 2 outs on the board, as the Red Dragons have put on another run here in the top of the second to lead 5-0. Next pitch by Shea. That one way outside. Now making the count 3-2. This is where things get a little frustrating here for Shea. All you need is just to find that one pitch to get you out of this situation, as you have a man on double Cortland have come out swinging the ball as Varian grounds this one over to third. As Kemp unable to locate it, as that ball just bounced behind Kemp. And that's going to allow Shimadi to come in and score.
Now up the third baseman, number 2, Dan Coleman.
So Dan Coleman will step up to the plate as Varian's able to get a double off the error on the first baseman. Excuse me, that's just a regular error on first baseman. As the first pitch to Coleman is fouled away, starting the count off 0-1. Next pitch, Coleman just tries to take a hack at it, misses everything but the wind. As that will now make the count 0-2. Coleman was able to score, was able to get on base in his first at bat on a double. 0-2 the count. 2 outs, Coleman calls time. Excuse me, that's Robbins that's going to call time for the Pacers. As Varian's on second. That's a tough previous at bat for Shea. He was doing everything right, got ahead of the count early. As at the last second, Coleman just barely makes contact with it, as Butler will ground this one out easily to make the throw at first and stop the Dragons' score from extending even more, as they left one man on and were able to acquire 2 hits. Pacers getting their first error.
After 1.5 innings, SUNY Cortland 6, William Peace Pacers 0.
Pacers looking to get things going at their next at bat, as they are trailing by 6 runs early here, heading to the bottom half of the second. You're listening to coverage of William Peace Baseball right here on the Pacer Sports Network. To the bottom of the second we go, here from the USA National Training Complex in Cary, coming to you live from the stadium today. Pacers have played most of their non-conference slates on the backfield, as Butler is able to make contact off his first pitch by Flansburgh, but is retired after the throw from the third baseman.
Now for the Pacers, designated hitter number 4, Jake Norris.
That will now bring up Jake Norris after Butler grounded out to third to give the Pacers their first out. Next pitch. Norris pops this one up into shallow center field. And Norris will be retired as well. That now brings up the catcher, number 18, Cole Robbins.
Cole Robbins.
As now the ump steps away from home plate. Not sure what to make of that. Pacers so far with 2 outs just off of one hit, or excuse me, one pitch. So far to start up the bottom of the second as Flansburgh first pitch to Cole is called for a strike, who takes a swing at it, no good. Next pitch by Flansburgh is low and away. That evens up the count at 1-1. Next pitch by Flansburgh. As Robbins puts on a little smooth criminal dance move there on his tippy toes to avoid getting hit by that one. That makes the count 2-1. Next pitch. Robbins takes a hack at it, no good. That now evens up the count at 2-2, and Flansburgh's starting to rev up the tempo here just a little bit with his pitches, as he's now at 20 on his pitch count. Next pitch. Robbins takes a swing at it, and just like that, that is all that the Pacers have in the bottom of the second.
No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left for the Pacers in the bottom of the second. After 2 complete, SUNY Cortland 6, William Peace Pacers 0.
So Flansburgh now acquires his 3rd strikeout of the day, and that will send the Pacers back to the dugout and bring the defense back on the field. Pacers still scoreless in this one as the Red Dragons lead 6-0. You're listening to coverage of William Peace Baseball right here on the Pacers Sports Network. Leading off for the Red Dragons in the top of the third will be left fielder number 10, Matt Bruno, as he singled out, he got out on a fly out to left field in the top of the first. Shea still on the mound for the Pacers. 1-1 the count so far. Next pitch by Shea, as Bruno gets underneath that one. Kemp locating it. Kemp moves over to his left, and at the last second is able to get the ball to acquire out number 1.
Now up the designated hitter, number 20, Adam Mitchkowski.
Mitchkowski, in his first appearance on the plate for the Red Dragons, gave Shea his first strikeout of the day. Shea with 1 strikeout so far to Flansburgh's 4. Flansburgh with 3 strikeouts. Count 1-0 as Shea throws that one into the back of Mitchkowski, and that will put him on first.
Luke Shartner.
So now Shortner will step up to the plate. He flied out to right field in his first appearance, as the Red Dragons were able to get a man on first off a hit by pitch from Shea to Mitchkowski. First pitch by Shea in the dirt, making the count 1-0. On Shea's second pitch, Mitchkowski pops this one up, and he will fly out to right field. Or excuse me, Shortner will fly out to right field.
Now for the Red Dragons, the shortstop number 1, Andrew Maholsky.
Maholsky now will step up to the plate with 2 outs. Man on first, and Mitchkowski for the Red Dragons. Red Dragons with a 6-0 lead. As Shea throws a nice pitch right down the middle to get things started up against Maholsky. Next pitch, a little high, evens up the count at 1-1. Shea throws over to first, trying to tag up on Mitchkowski. As the next pitch will fall in between the left and center gap. That ball will take 1 hop. That will advance Mitchkowski to third off a single by Maholsky.
Now up for the Red Dragons, first baseman number 17, Matt Kraft.
So now that puts us at the top of the order for the Red Dragons with Kraft back up to bat. Red Dragons with 2 outs. Shea's first pitch to Kraft. Contact made. That takes 1 hop into center field. That will bring in Mitchkowski for 1 run here in the top of the third. That will advance Maholsky to second. And that will put Kraft on first. Off a single to center field. Coach Borselli will come back out to the mound once again. And we might have our first pitch and change of the afternoon. And we will. As it looks like number 25, Justin Hamilton, will be coming into the game to try and stop the bleeding that the Red Dragons are applying here to the Pacers early. We'll take a pause as the right-handed sophomore pitcher, Justin Hamilton, will come in to relieve Brendan Shea. Shea threw a total of 62 pitches with 41 of those strikes. But Shea in total gave up 7 runs on 7 hits. And that gave the Red Cortland Dragons, or the SUNY Cortland Red Dragons, a 7-0 lead. We'll take a quick pause. We'll be back. More action here from the USA National Training Complex as you're listening to coverage William Peace Baseball on the Pacer Sports Network.
Number 26, Nick Shimadi.
Welcome back into the press box of the stadium here at the National Training Complex as number 25, Justin Hamilton, has entered the game for the Pacers. Hamilton with an 0-1 record so far. He's made 0 saves. He's pitched 8 innings so far in his career at Peace. He gets off to a nice start against Nick Shimadi, who is up to the plate. 0-1 the count so far. Hamilton, a man that can really throw the ball. He's got a nice fastball pitch as the next pitch to Shimadi is popped up as Butler backs up and is able to secure the ball to retire.
Let's pick up 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, 2 men left. After 2.5 innings, the score, SUNY Cortland 7, William Peace Pacers 0.
Shimadi singled out to the shortstop to retire the Red Dragons side of things here in the top of the third as the Pacers meet in front of their dugout, still trailing 6-0 heading into the bottom of the third, or 7-0 I should say, as we'll take a quick pause. When we come back, Pacers got to get some offense going here against the Red Dragons, as this is coverage of William Peace Baseball on the Pacer Sports Network. So there was a time for the Pacers to get things going. It'd be right now when they have their favorite walk-up song brought to you by Kevin Gonzalez up to the plate right now to get things going here in the bottom of the third. Pacers trailing the Red Dragons 7-0. First pitch thrown into the dirt, or excuse me, is low and away for Gonzalez, starting off the count at 1-0. Next pitch, Flansburgh able to get back on the right side of things as he evens up the count at 1-1. The strike thrown by Flansburgh, getting him ahead of the count now at 1-2. Next pitch, out and away. Evens up the count at 2-2, and at some point the Pacers have to start putting the bat on the ball at Gonzalez. Just missed his zone, but was able to make contact there, but unsuccessful as he will ground out to first.
Next up for the Pacers, number 23, second baseman, Logan Barber.
So Barber will step back up to the plate. Barber was walked in his first appearance at the plate as Flansburgh squeezes that next pitch into the zone. Low and away. Next pitch by Flansburgh, who's really starting to speed up the pitching here. Not to the umpire's liking. That makes it 1-1. Barber just gets a piece of that, fouls that away in the dirt to the right side of home plate, making the count 1-2. Next pitch by Barber. It's popped up as 3 men try to track that down, and they are able to secure it down the right side warning track for out number 2. Great catch there by the first baseman, Matt Kraft, who was able to locate that one.
28, Nick Tyler.
Kraft is on one today, as that is twice now that he has stopped the Pacers from advancing as Tyler knocks this one up into the shallow outfield off the first pitch, and that will retire Tyler and retire the Pacers once again.
No runs, no hits, no errors, no men left for the Pacers at the bottom of the third. After 3 complete, your score, SUNY Cortland 7, William Peace Pacers 0.
Pacers still trying to get on the board here. They need to do it fast, as the Red Dragons have extended their lead to 7-0, and they are coming back up to the plate when we return right here on the Pacers Sports Network. To the top of the fourth we go. Center field number 16, Scott Giordano, will lead things off for the Red Dragons as he tries to get a bunt down, and Hamilton makes him pay for it by throwing a strike to get things going against Giordano. 0-1 the count. Next pitch by Hamilton. Up and away. To the top of the fourth we go. 1-1 the count, as Giordano gets contact on that one and grounds it out to the shortstop Butler, who makes the throw over to first.
Now up for the Red Dragons, the catcher, number 34, James Varian.
James Varian back up to the plate for the Red Dragons. First pitch by Hamilton. Up and in for ball 1. Next pitch by Hamilton is fouled off, evening up the count at 1-1. Two on the count now. Hamilton with a great pitch there to even back up the count at 2-2. Next pitch by Hamilton strikes him out, and Robinson will just tag up on Varian, who tried his luck. As now the umpire is saying that Robbins did not tag him. Long not too happy about that. Now Long will come out to talk things over with the home plate umpire. I don't know what Robbins had to do. Did he have to push him down to convince that he tagged him?
It also looked like he deviated pretty far out of the baseline, too.
Long still talking things over with the home plate umpire. As now Long will just walk back to the dugout, and it looks like Varian will get on base.
Now, third baseman number 2, Dan Coleman.
So it is saying on my stat sheet or my stat app beside me that Varian reached first on an error by the catcher. That's unfortunate. Another freebie for the Red Dragons as they were able to get on base. Hamilton, though, making Coleman pay as he gets ahead on the count, making it 0-2. Varian on first. Hamilton throws over to first as Varian gets back safely. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm not an expert at baseball by any means, but I don't know what more Cole Robbins had to do to tag up the runner, other than, I guess, knocking him down, which then that probably would have thrown him out. So far, nothing going in the direction for the Pacers. Everything going the right way for the Red Dragons, who are pretty much on cruise control right now in this game, leading 7-0 in the top of the fourth. 0-2 the count. Pitch by Hamilton. Right down the middle. Looks good from up here. Umpire disagrees. That makes it 2-2. One, two, I should say. One out for the Red Dragons. As the next pitch by Hamilton is low and in. Varying with his own Michael Jackson smooth criminal toe step to avoid contact being made off that pitch. And Hamilton makes him pay. Robinson going to try to return the favor. Butler unable to hold on to it. That would have been a great way for the Pacers to get retribution on that error call. Good hustle, though, by Cole Robbins.
Matt Bruno.
Nonetheless, the Pacers are able to acquire 2 outs for the Red Dragons as now left fielder Matt Bruno steps back up to the plate. Bruno last time was thrown out at first. As now Varian is able to advance to third off the pitch outside by Hamilton. 0-1 the count to start things out here after Varian just stole third. Next pitch by Hamilton. Squeezes that one in as that was low and away. Hamilton was able to find the zone, evening up the count at 1-1. Next pitch. Same exact spot, same exact strike. 1-2 the count now. Pacers just need one more out to leave a man on third and go back to and get the defense off the field. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. See ya. That's a great way to get back. As that will retire the Red Dragons, who leave one man on base, but still control a 7-0 lead in this game.
Going into the bottom of the fourth, SUNY Cortland still leads 7-0.
Pacers have to get things going here at their next at bat as they head into the bottom half of the inning. as we'll return here from the USA National Training Complex with more coverage of William Peace baseball on the Pacers Sports Network.
On for the Pacers, third baseman number 19, Hunter Ward.
Back here on the Pacers Sports Network as Ward will get things started off for us here in the bottom half of the fourth. Red Dragons still with a 7-0 lead over the Pacers as they have acquired 7 hits so far in this ball game to the Pacers 1. As it is still Flansburgh on the mound for the Red Dragons. He starts off against Ward 2-0 in the count. Next pitch. Ward just lets that one go right past him for strike 1. 2-1 the count now. Ward, the leadoff man in the bottom of the fourth, gets underneath that one as he puts that one in between the center and right field gap, and the center fielder will just motion over to grab that one.
Now coming to the plate for the Pacers, first baseman number 26, Brad Kemp.
So Kemp now back up to the plate. Kemp in his last at bat, which was the bottom of the first, feels like forever ago, was struck out. Begins the count 0-1 against Flansburgh. Makes contact with the second pitch, but fouls it off to the left side of the left field line. 0-2 the count. Next pitch by Flansburgh. Right down the middle. Brett retired twice by 2 strikes.
Now at bat, right fielder number 43, Pat Rogan.
So the right fielder, Rogan, will come back up to the plate as Flansburgh is just getting out of these innings. I don't want to say doing the bare minimum, but so far, after he starts off the count with a strike to Rogan, has thrown 6 pitches. Pacers already with 2 outs. Make that 7 as Rogan fouls that one off behind home plate to make the count 0-2. Rogan in his last at bat also suffered a strikeout by Flansburgh, just as Kemp did in the bottom of the first. As that next pitch is high and away for Rogan, making the count 1-2. Here's the pitch. Rogan barely finds the zone, fouls that one off the tip of his bat. 1-2 remains the count. Pacers with 2 outs. Red Dragons with a 7-0 lead. Flansburgh throws that one low. So that looked like it could have gone either way. But that will now make the count even at 2-2. Next pitch. Rogan finally gets the Pacers another hit as he singles that one into first.
Now up for the Pacers, number 31, shortstop, Cameron Butler.
So off of Rogan's single to right center, he is able to give the Pacers their second hit of the game. Flansburgh starts off the count against Butler, throwing a strike. Rogan on first, though. Butler, another good hitter for the Pacers. Transfer out of Lenore Community College from my neck of the woods in Kinston. Butler and I actually attended high school together along with Peyton Howard and Ethan Gibby May at North Lenore. Butler was a great player for the Hawks and has really come along greatly here as another good addition for this Pacer program as he has started just about every single game this season. They breathe him differently in the 2-5-2, that's all I'll say. 1-1 the count. And just as I say that, I give him the commentary curse as Butler takes a swing at that one and misses, making the count 1-2. Two outs for the Pacers. One man on in Rogan. Flansburgh winds up. There's the pitch. Butler makes contact with that one. It takes one hop to the shortstop, and he will just run it down easily to the second baseman. And that will do it for the Pacers.
The Pacers pick up one hit, no runs, no errors, one man left. After 4 complete innings, your score, SUNY Cortland 7, William Peace Pacers 0.
Pacers still trying to get on the board as they have just obtained their second hit of the afternoon in that previous appearance at the plate. Red Dragons still control a 7-0 lead as you're listening to coverage of William Peace Baseball right here on the Pacer Sports Network. Back here inside the press box at the USA National Training Complex where the Red Dragons are back up to the plate. They will start things off with the pitch hitter number 36, Paul Franzese. As Hamilton throws that one behind the back of Franzese, avoids contact. As the Red Dragons still have a 7-0 lead. Hamilton able to get in the zone there to even up the count at 1-1. Next pitch by Hamilton. Right down the middle. But the umpire will say it was a tad bit low, making the count 2-1. Franzizi's next pitch from Hamilton fouls it off. As that now evens things back up at 2-2. Next pitch. High and away. Full count now for Franzizi. Franzizi makes contact on the next pitch. And the second baseman, Barber, there's it past Kemp. So that will get Franzizi at second. And that will bring up another pitch hitter for the Red Dragons.
Now batting for the Red Dragons, number 21, Antonio Pragana.
So that now brings up number 21, Antonio Pragana. Back-to-back pinch hitters for the Red Dragons to sort things off here in the top of the fifth. Kraft gets on second. Hamilton's first pitch is low and in for 1-0. Next pitch by Hamilton. High and away. Two-0 the count. Man on second. As that next pitch gets behind Robinson. Franzizi will gradually make his way to third. And so for the count against Rugana is 3-0. Pragana will fly this one out to center field. Tyler tries to throw down Franzizi at home, unable to get the throw there in time. So Franzizi will score off of Prugana's sac fly to center field. As now Maholski's back up to the plate. Fouls off the first pitch. Or actually, Maholski didn't realize. Flied out to right field, so now that brings up number 17, Matt Kraft, back up to the plate for the Red Dragons. One of the count so far. This pitch by Hamilton. High and in. 2-0 the count. Hamilton barely squeezes that one in. So now make the count 2-1. 3-1 now the count. Red Dragons with 2 outs as Michalski makes contact with that one. As Rogan tries to make a sliding effort in right field. Unable to get there in time. So that will be a single for Kraft. That will bring back up Shimadi. So man on first, 2 outs for the Red Dragons. First pitch by Hamilton. Right down the middle. But called low. As contact is made on the next pitch. And that will retire the Red Dragons after a flyout to center field.
SUNY Cortland picks up 1 run on 1 hit and 1 error, 1 man left. After 4.5 innings, the Red Dragons 8, William Peace Pacers 0.
So the Pacers stopped the Red Dragons from adding on to their lead, even though they were able to get just 1 run out of that one. As now they lead 8-0, head into the bottom half or head into the top of the 6th. Pacers still looking to get on the board here in the bottom half of the inning coming up, as this is coverage of William Peace Baseball on the Pacer Sports Network. Back here on the Pacer Sports Network as we now head into the bottom of the 5th. As Norris will get things started for us here against Flansburgh, who is still out on the mound for the Red Dragons. As Norris fouls off his next pitch, making the count 0-2. Flansburgh has thrown 52 pitches, 33 of those being strikes. 0-2 the count right now against Norris. Next pitch. Norris gets underneath that one but fouls it off once again behind the grandstands. Count remains 0-2. Next pitch by Flansburgh. Low and away for ball 1. Pacers have got to get some sort of offense going here as Norris is just battling right now as he fouls the ball off for a 3rd consecutive time. Count now 1-2. Next pitch. Norris pops this one up. The catcher takes his mask off trying to locate it as that will fall into the net in there. Great effort there by James Varian. Count still 1-2. No outs. Nobody on for the Pacers. Norris, the leadoff man in the 7 hole for the Pacers to begin the top or the bottom of the 5th. I should say as Norris finally gets contact with that one, but we'll single that one out to left field. You can just wait till the next one. So that now brings up catcher number 18, Cole Robbins.
Catcher number 18, Cole Robbins.
After the Pacers just acquired their first out in the bottom of the fifth. Robbins back up to the plate. In Robbins' last appearance, he was struck out after he gave Flansburgh the most competition that he saw in the bottom of the second, as Cole is working the pitch count once again as he fouls off the next pitch, making it 1-2. One out for the Pacers, trailing 8-0. Robbins, golly, is battling as that ball at the last second barely gets out of play right in front of the Red Dragons dugout. Good effort there by both the catcher, James Varian, and Matt Kraft. Try to locate that ball. Count remains 1-2. Pacers still down 8-0. Robbins up to plate. Next pitch. Good eye there by Cole Robbins to stop himself from swinging at that one. Now it evens up the count at 2-2. Next pitch by Flansburgh. Catches Cole Robbins slipping for a strike.
Now batting for the Pacers, left fielder number 42, Kevin Gonzalez.
That will now bring up the rallying cry for the Pacers, aka the walk-up song El Cartone, provided to us by left field number 42, Kevin Gonzalez. As Gonzalez is called for a strike after he tried checking that one. Home plate umpire went to the second-hand opinion of the first base umpire, who said he got the ball below the waist, as the next pitch by Flansburgh is low and away. 1-1 the count. Next pitch, Gonzalez tries to take a crack at it, misses it. Now makes the count 1-2. Next pitch is high by Flansburgh to even up the count at 2-2. Next pitch, low and away. That now makes it a full count for Gonzalez. He's a very patient at batter. He doesn't try to rush things. Doing the same thing against Flansburgh as he fouls off the next pitch. Flansburgh now with 64 pitches, the 42 strikes. Next pitch is fouled off again by Gonzalez. That takes a hop right in front of the Pacer dugout. Flansburgh now with 5 strikeouts, as Gonzalez will be walked. That will bring us back up at the top of the order.
Now up for the Pacers, second baseman number 23, Logan Barber.
So that will bring up Logan Barber once again to the plate. Barber in his last appearance at the plate. Grounded out to third. First pitch by Flansburgh, no good. 1-0. Pacers are able to get a man on base for the first time in what seems like forever. Off a walk by Flansburgh to Gonzalez. At this point, Pacers will take anything they can get to get runners in scoring position. 1-0 the count against Barber. Next pitch. Barber fouls it off into the netting behind home plate to even up the count at 1-1. Flansburgh winds up. Barber gets underneath that one. It splits between center and right. It will drop down, and that will move Gonzalez to third. That will put Barber on first off a single. And now we have a runner in scoring position for the first time. And I want to say all game for the Pacers.
Number 28, Nick Tyler. Get rallied here a little bit.
So Tyler will step back up to the plate. His last at bat, grounded out to the shortstop. And starts off his first pitch against Flansburgh looking for strike one. Runners in the corner positions for the Pacers. All Tyler would have to do is provide us with a base hit. As my producer, Tony Bedore, just mentioned. Thank you for that. That's all the Pacers need to get one run on the board and stop a shutout from occurring. 1-1 the count. As the next pitch is up and in for ball 2. 2-1 the count now. 2 outs, and now that will send the Red Dragons coach out to the mound. As I Won't Back Down by Tom Petty comes onto the sound system here. Pacers doing their best not to back down, even though they were scoreless so far in this game against the second nationally ranked team in the nation, the Red Dragons. As Tyler will step back up into the box with a 2-1 count. Tyler tries to make contact with that one. Misses for strike 2. That evens up the count at 2-2. It would just really be a frustrating moment for the Pacers to leave runners on bases here, especially with one in scoring position in Gonzalez, who is over at third, as he was able to get on off of Flansburgh's second walk of the day so far. Next pitch, Tyler makes good contact. It's going back, and a diving effort, no good by the left fielder. Gonzalez will score along with Barber, and now some life has been breathed, well, I should say, the Pacers were on life support. They just got taken off of it as they are able to stop a shutout from occurring, and now that brings up Hunter Ward.
Hunter Ward.
So if nothing else, the Pacers avoid a shutout. You can't talk trash about that, as they just acquired their third hit of the afternoon. Really, you can't really say nothing about the Pacers' performance today just because they had trying to find the best way to word this. They had the guts to schedule a top 5 opponent in the nation. You don't really see a lot of that taking place with WPU Athletics. Not to take any shots at the athletic departments by any means. The last time the Pacers in any athletic sport faced a nationally ranked opponent was this past basketball season when the Pacers hosted the number 8 team in the country at the time, the Christopher Newport Captains. Pacers, by the way, will face the Captains next Thursday here at the USA National Training Complex. Live stream coverage on the Pacers Sports Network as Ward faces a 1-1 count. But I mean, it speaks a lot to what Coach Long is trying to establish here as far as raising the competition by scheduling what this is the third nationally ranked opponent that the Pacers have seen this season. Next pitch by Flansburgh is in the zone for strike two. 1 ball, 2 strikes. But props to Coach Long. Really, actually, props to Coach Judy. He was the one that was able to get this game scheduled last season for the Pacers. As Ward hits that one into the ground, and Flansburgh will easily throw that over to first base to retire the inning. So the Pacers are able to stop the shutout
The Pacers pick up
from
4
occurring,
runs, 2 hits, no errors, 1 man left.
as they have finally touched the scoreboard, but they still trail the Red Dragons by 6 runs. Our score now 8-2 in favor of the Red Dragons. We'll be right back as the Dragons will be up to the plate to start the top of the 6th, as this is coverage of William Peace Baseball on the Pacers Sports Network. Back here at the USA National Training Complex, as the Pacers have finally touched the scoreboard in their previous at bat, as now we have the third pitcher making an appearance for the Pacers. It is number 6, Logan Flowers. Flowers, the junior left-handed pitcher from Raleigh, North Carolina, coming to the program from Heritage High School. As his next pitch is right down the middle, but it's a little low to the umpire's liking. He starts off against the center fielder number 16, Scott Giordano, who's leading things off for the Red Dragons in the top of the 6th. Dragons with an 8-2 lead over the Pacers. As Flowers struggling to find the zone right now, as he is starting off the count 3-0 against Giordano. Giordano, one of the captains on this Red Dragons team, and he will be walked by Flowers to start things off here in the top of the 6th. That now brings up Varian, the catcher. It's pitched by Flowers. Varian trying to get a bunt down against Flowers. Flowers with a win-loss record of 2-2. He has appeared in 6 games, started 3 so far this season. No shutout, no saves. He's pitched 15 and 1/3 innings so far this season. And he has allowed 20 hits to 14 runs, 7 errors. He's walked 8 batters. He's thrown 14 strikeouts and has given up 2 home runs so far this season. As Flowers will throw to second and will get, should be a double out. As they're going to say, ball was dropped.
Now up to third baseman number 2, Dan Coleman.
But nonetheless, the Pacers are able to get an out on the board. As I missed how Giordano, was he thrown out at second? Giordano was thrown out at second. See, Graham, sometimes you just can't focus on the stats sometimes. Sometimes the beauty just comes within the game. It's heard, as somebody told me one time, the best baseball players are the born ones, the ones that don't try to make the dive and catch all the time in the outfield. Same can be said for commentary. 1 out for the Red Dragons, 1-0 the count. As now third baseman number 2, Dan Coleman, is up to the plate as Robbins tries to throw out Varian at second, but he's able to steal successfully as Varian got out, or excuse me, Varian was the one that got out on a fielder's choice. But no, I had it right. Varian reached on a fielder's choice. Giordano was out at second from the pitcher to the shortstop. So that's how that accumulated. Varian at second, 2-0 the count. Two one the count now for Coleman. Flowers looks over his right shoulder. Next pitch in the dirt, making it 3 balls, 1 strike. Man on second, 1 out for the Red Dragons, who lead 8-2. Next pitch is low and away. Coleman will be walked.
Now to bat for the Red Dragons, number 9, Chris Bonacci.
As now we'll have a pitch hitter enter the game in number 9, Chris Bonacci. He will be batting for Matt Bruno. Flowers starts off the count in the right direction, 0-1. Next pitch in the dirt. Good job there by Robbins to block that one. As the Red Dragons have 2 men on base. Next pitch by Flowers is low and away, making the count 2 balls, 1 strike for Bonacci. Third game this week for the Pacers, 3 out of 6, as the next 3 will be on the road. As are they going to say Bonacci was hit? No, that ball came very close to making contact with them. So that now makes the count 3-1. Final 3 games remaining this week for the Pacers will be on the road as they will start USA South Conference play against conference rival, the Methodist Monarchs, down in Fayetteville. Game 1 of that 3-game series beginning on Friday at 4 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, both games with a first pitch scheduled for 1 p.m. Pacers currently 1-1 in this 6-game stretch this week, as Bonacci fouls it off. This is sort of what I wanted to call the gauntlet portion of the schedule. I mean, you played 2 games on Sunday back-to-back against 2 different opponents. Credit to the Pacers for getting that win over the 14th ranked team in the nation, the Adrian Bulldogs. Of course, the Pacers didn't have their best stuff in Game 2 as it's a full count right now. Next pitch from Flowers is over Robbins, as that will move the runners to third and second. But to my previous point, Pacers playing 2 games on Sundays against a very good opponent.
Now up number 36, Paul Franzese.
As Bonacci actually gets on first due to a walk. And then you start off conference play on the road against one of your rivals in Methodist. So far, just in the non-conference portion of play in the USA South standings, the Monarchs lead the Pacers in the standings at 1. Pacers right behind them, sitting at second. So we will definitely have a sure first place leader in the USA South Conference after this weekend when the Pacers travel down to Fayetteville. Short road trip down I-40 to begin USA South Conference play. 1-1 the count for Franzese. 1 out on the board. Bases loaded for the Red Dragons, who are looking to do more damage as Franzese gets underneath that one. Gonzalez and Tyler looking for it. Gonzalez going to try to go back-to-back throwdowns as he got the throw there. Robbins, great recognition there as he was unable to stop the runner from scoring, but almost threw out Coleman at third.
Now coming to the plate, number 21, Antonio Progana.
So Coleman moves to third off Franzese's fly out to left field. That now gives another run on the board for the Red Dragons. Pacers there with 2 outs. As Progana is up at the plate. For the Red Dragons, he makes contact with that one. Robbins will just throw easily to first, as that was all the Pacers had to do to stop the scoring.
SUNY Cortland picks up 1 run on no hits, no errors, 2 men left. Going into the bottom of the 6th, they lead the Pacers 9-2.
So the Red Dragons extend their lead even more by just 1 run. They now have 8 hits to the Pacers 4. Pacers were able to get on the board in their last at bat in the bottom of the 5th. Let's see if they can do that. Let's see if they can get on the board again here in the bottom of the 6th, as they still trail the Red Dragons now 9-2, as you're listening to coverage of William Peace Baseball on the Pacer Sports Network. So Kemp will get things started off for the Pacers here in the bottom of the 6th. Kemp, a really good player for this William Peace program. Unfortunately, he just has not had his best stuff today going against Flansburgh, who's now up to 84 pitches with 54 of those strikes. So a very impressive outing as Kemp makes contact finally. And it will actually drop down as it goes off the glove of the center fielder. So Kemp is able to get his first appearance on base today.
Now up the right fielder, number 43, Pat Rogan.
So now I'll bring up the right fielder, Rogan, off Kemp's single to center field. Rogan in his last at bat was able to get on first off a single. As Flansburgh starts off the count against Rogan 1-0. Flansburgh throws over to first. Kemp slides safely. As that now gives the pace, or Kemp's previous single to center field gives the Pacers their 5th hit of the afternoon. Rogan tips that one off the end of his bat behind home plate. He was up the count at 1-1. Beautiful afternoon here at the USA National Training Complex. Playing inside the stadium today, the first time the Pacers have touched the stadium field as they've been playing all their non-conference portion games on the backfields as Rogan makes contact with that one, and it will go off the glove of the left fielder, but it will be called foul. So that'll make the count 1-2. Pacers were not supposed to play here in the stadium until their first USA South Conference game at home, which was supposed to be next Saturday against the Mary Baldwin Fighting Squirrels. That first pitch scheduled for 2 p.m. But Coach Long requested that this game be played on the stadium just to welcome in a very good SUNY Cortland team. Couldn't have picked a better day to do it, as the temperature outside is currently 69 degrees, mostly cloudy though. As the next pitch to Rogan is low and away to make the count 2-2. But even though we are in this soundproof press box up here, right above home plate, we can guarantee that it probably feels great outside for the fans in the grandstands. Rogan's next pitch gets underneath that one, center fielder backing up, trying to track it down, and he will, to retire Rogan. And that will give the Red Dragons out number 1. As we will now have number 31, Cameron Butler, stepping up to the plate.
Cameron Butler.
As now we will have another discussion at the mound. As head coach Brown will step back up. And it looks like we're going to have the Red Dragons' first pitch and change of the afternoon. So they'll take a quick break in the game, and we'll take one with them as the Red Dragons still hold a 9-2 lead over the Pacers here in the bottom of the 6th. This is coverage of William Peace Baseball on the Pacer Sports Network. So right-handed pitcher number 18, Dylan Beers, has come into the contest for the Red Dragons. Butler still up to bat. Beers with a win-loss record of 1-0. He has a 4-0 in his appearance the game starts as he gets things started against Butler, and he throws that one low and away to make the count 1-0. First pitch and change of the afternoon for the Red Dragons, as Beers is able to find the zone to even up the count at 1-1. Dylan Beers, the right-handed pitcher. Next pitch to the right-handed batter Butler is fouled off. Beers with 0 shutouts, 0 saves. He's pitched 7 2/3 innings so far this season. He's given up 10 hits, 8 runs. He's acquired 8 errors, has walked 4 batters, and has 9 strikeouts so far this season as he strikes out Butler there. As I will now bring up Jake Norris.
Designated hitter number 4, Jake Norris.
So Norris will step back up to the plate for his third at bat of the afternoon as he makes contact with that, but grounds it right to the first baseman, and that'll do it for the Pacers once again. I gave it a hit. So the Norris will walk back to the offense or to the dugout as that retires the offense for the Pacers. The defense will come back up onto the field as Kemp got 1 hit for the Pacers as they were unable to get another run. And that does things for the Pacers here heading into the top of the 7th. 9-2 still our score here from the USA National Training Complex. We'll be right back with more coverage of William Peace Baseball on the Pacer Sports Network. Another pitch and change for the Pacers as now the right-handed pitcher, the junior right-handed pitcher from Fayetteville, North Carolina, number 14, Justin Conway, will come onto the mound for the Pacers. Pacers' 4th pitch and change of the afternoon as Conway starts it off with a nice underhand slider to get the count going against the shortstop number 1, Andrew Mahalski, who leads things off for the Red Dragons here in the top of the 7th. 0-1 the count. Conway, one of the more grittier pitchers, as he hits Mitchkowski on his next pitch.
Now up the first baseman, number 17, Matt Kraft.
And now that would put the Red Dragons at the top of the order with the first baseman, number 17, Matt Kraft, up to pitch. Conway's next pitch is called for a ball. Start things off 1-0. Next pitch. Low and in, but it's called for a strike for Conway to even up the count at 1-1. Conway winds up. Kraft fouls that one off behind the grandstands. Making the count 1-2. Conway winds up. Kraft gets underneath that one. It goes out towards the center fielder. Rogan comes over, but Tyler will ultimately catch the ball for out number 1 against the Red Dragons.
Now up the second baseman, number 26, Nick Shimadi.
That brings up the second baseman, Shimadi, for the Red Dragons. One man on first for the Red Dragons, Mitchkowski, who was hit by pitch. Conway gets ready to throw his first pitch at Shimadi. Conway winds up, as that is low and away for ball 1. One out, 1 man on first. 2 balls thrown by Conway. Start off the count against Shimadi, 2-0. In the on-deck circle is Giordano. Next pitch by Conway is good for a strike. Now makes the count 2-1. Conway has one of my favorite pitches, one of my favorite throws out of all the pitchers on this team. That nice little underhand pitch. Don't see it a lot in baseball. When you do, and if you can make it look pretty, boy, do you make it look pretty. Count not pretty, though, for Conway. 3-1. 1 man on base, 1 out for the Red Dragons. Next pitch is in the dirt, so that will put Shimadi at first on a walk, and that will advance Kraft to, or excuse me, Mitchkowski to second. As now Cole Robbins will run up to the mound to calm the nerves of Conway, who's just come into the game.
16, Scott Giordano.
As the center fielder, Scott Giordano, is up to the plate for the Red Dragons. Two men on, 1 out for the Red Dragons. Here's a pitch by Conway. In the dirt once again to start off the count 1-0. Next pitch. Low and in, but it finds the zone for strike 1. evens up the count at 1 apiece. Ones all across the board. Next pitch, Giordano gets underneath that one. Tyler backing up, tracking it down. Tyler finds it. Will throw to the cutoff man at second. But Michalski will move over to third on the sacrifice fly to center by Giordano. Two outs now for the Pacers, or for the Red Dragons. As it looks like we have another pitch hitter coming on in place of Varian, as it will be number 6, Ben Rhodes.
Now batting for the Red Dragons, number 6, Ben Rhodes.
Ben Rhodes is tall as a tree. He's the tallest batter we've seen all day for the Red Dragons. The pitch hitter coming in for Varian here in the top of the 7th. As Conway starts things off against the 6'5" left-handed batter. It's pitched by Conway in the dirt. 2-0 the count. Runners on the corner. 2-0 the counts. Two outs for the Red Dragons. Next pitch by Conway, right down the middle. Beautiful strike there to make the count 2-1. Pacers trying to stop this Dragon lead from extending even more. So the next pitch by Conway is in the dirt. Conway trying to do his best with the position he was given coming to this game, as he will walk Rhodes.
Now up the third baseman, number 2, Dan Coleman.
As that is the Red Dragons' 6th walk of the game. And that will load the bases once again, as third baseman Coleman will come back up to the plate. First pitch from Conway, fouled away. Starts the count off 0-1. Next pitch. Low and outside to even up the count at 1-1. Bat-to-bat ball is thrown, making the count 2-1. The ball thrown. Conway's last 3 pitches, all in the exact same spot. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Good pitch there by Conway to now make the count full. Be huge for Conway to come into this game and leave 3 runners on, as Coleman, great effort there by Tyler, sliding there to stop the Red Dragons from scoring even more, as the Red Dragons will be left with 3 men on base, and the score remains the same at 9-2.
No runs, no hits, no errors. Red Dragons leave 3 men on base. After 6.5 innings of play, SUNY Cortland 9, William Peace Pacers 2.
Pacers living on a prayer, head into the bottom of the 7th here as they still trail the Red Dragons 9-2. This is coverage of William Peace Baseball on the Pacer Sports Network. Robbins will be the leadoff man for the Pacers here in the bottom of the 7th, still trailing 9-2 to the Red Dragons. Pacers starting to show a little bit of life in their last 2 innings. As count begins against Robbins at 1-1. As number 18, Beers, is just cranking them out. Making the count 2-1. Against Robbins, the leadoff man in the 8th position for the Pacers, as Robbins is hit right on the hand. As I mentioned, any way you can do it, get on base. So unfortunately for Robbins, his hand's probably going to be stinging just a little bit.
Now coming to the plate, left fielder number 42, Kevin Gonzalez.
Left fielder Gonzalez up to the plate. As that is the first time today that a Red Dragons pitcher has hit a Pacer batter. As Robbins gets on first after sacrificing his left hand. Looks to be okay. Nice lead off at first. As Gonzalez fouled off his first pitch to Beers. Starting off the count 0-1. Next pitch to Gonzalez is called for a ball. Making the count 1-1. Then another strike is thrown. Making the count 1-2. Gonzalez makes contact with that one off the tip of his bat, as that will be turned over for a double play for the Red Dragons. Or scratch that. Gonzalez is called safe at first. But that takes away the scoring runner in Robbins.
Number 23, Logan Barber.
So Gonzalez is able to reach first off a fielder's choice. Robbins was thrown out at second. 1-0 the count. Start things off against Barber at the top of the order in the bottom of the 7th. Barber fouls that one off to the right side of the grandstands. Even up the count at 1-1. Next pitch. Low and away. Is able to find the zone to now make the count 1-2. Barber just misses his zone there, fouls it off once again. Off the slider. Count remains 1-2 with Tyler in the on-deck circle. Gonzalez on first, 1 out for the Pacers. Next pitch is low. Evens up the count at 2-2. Next pitch. Same spot. Low once again. Making it a full count. Beer is throwing a lot of sliders here in his appearance on the plate, or on the mound, I should say. Barber fouls it off once again. Count remains the same. You know Gonzalez is just itching to take off from first base. Try and better put his team in scoring position as they trail 9-2 in the bottom of the 7th. Next pitch. Barber gets that one, squeezes it past the second baseman into right field. That's going to be a single, and Gonzalez has to get back to second. He's called safe. Luckily, dangerous play there. But everybody can take a breather.
Now batting center fielder number 28, Nick Tyler.
As Gonzalez is actually holding his calf, or it looks to be his right leg. Now up to his feet. Hopefully he just pulled something there as he was trying to slide back safely to second. As he's up and walking around. Getting loose, looks to be alright. Good sign there. As the center fielder, Nick Tyler, will step up to the plate next to try and do some damage to this Red Dragon lead that they currently have with the Pacers at 9-2 in the bottom of the 7th with 1 out. Thank you to all 106 of you who have tuned in. Make that 107 to the Pacer Sports Network, as this is live stream coverage of Pacer baseball on the WPU Athletics YouTube channel. Tyler up to bat for the Pacers, who trail the Red Dragons 9-2 in the bottom of the 7th with 1 out, 2 men on base. First pitch is up and away for ball 1. Don't adjust your headsets. This is Graham Hill on play-by-play today for baseball. Different role than my typical PA role, as I got Tony Bedore filling in for me. Thank him for that, as Tyler gets that one up into the air, as it will be a sac fly to right, as Gonzalez will advance over to third. As Gonzalez looked to be all right after taking a breather.
Now on the third baseman, number 19, Hunter Ward.
Gonzalez, after he slid back into second, tweaked something, but it looks to be all right. 2 outs now for the Pacers after Robbins acquired the first out as he was stopped from advancing to third on a fielder's choice. Gonzalez now at third now as Ward's able to make contact with that as that ball is going to go all the way to the wall in left field. That will bring in Gonzalez to score. Barber turning the corner. He will score as well. And hey, what do you say? The Pacers sitting back up just as The Undertaker used to do in WWE, as they've now cut down the Red Dragons' lead to just 5 runs. For those of you all that are still W fans, hope you like that reference. WrestleMania season is about us, as we were in the thick of things for the Pacers season, as this is their 14th game of the year, as they are hosting the second ranked team in the nation, currently trailing 9-4. Off the RBI double down the left field line by Ward. So now Kemp will step up to the plate. First pitch by Beers to Kemp is called for a strike. As I mentioned, Kemp is the double machine for this team. Struggled at some today. As he currently faces 2 strikes. Ward on second after he was able to bring in 2 runners. Kemp with contact as the shortstop makes a diving effort to try and get that one. Can't do it. Ball goes into center field. Kemp will get on first. And Kemp finally getting his mojo back.
Now up the right fielder, number 43, Pat Rogan.
So
Coach coming out.
the RBI single from Brett Kemp is making things a little nervous here for the coach, as the Pacers have now trimmed this Red Dragon lead to just 4. As we have a pause in the game, we'll take one with them. Red Dragons 9, Pacers now 5. Coverage of William Peace Baseball continues after this short break and this pitch and change for the Red Dragons right here on the Pacer Sports Network. Don't adjust your headsets. Don't adjust your mobile devices that you may be watching this game on. If you were with us from the very top of this broadcast and are still with us, you are definitely a part of Pacer Nation or showing some Pacer pride, as we have a ball game here as the Pacers have now matched the Red Dragons hit total at 8-8, as Rogan will ground that one to first. And just as I say that, the Pacers have their momentum stopped. But their best outing so far in this game.
In the bottom of the seventh, the Pacers pick up 3 runs on 3 hits and no errors, 1 man left. As we move into the eighth, your scores: SUNY Cortland 9, William Peace Pacers 5.
Left-handed pitcher number 28, Spencer Wayan, came in and pitched 1/3 of an inning, did his job, as he was able to stop the Pacers from adding on to what was a very good inning just then, as they have now cut into this Red Dragons lead to just 4 runs as we head into the top of the eighth. Coverage of William Peace Baseball continues on the Pacer Sports Network.
Looks like he's got Tierson pitching. Now taking the mound.
Fifth pitch and change of the afternoon for the Pacers. They are digging in deep into their bullpen, as now we have number 35 left-handed pitcher Bradley Tierson out of Hubert, North Carolina, coming in to today's game. Starts off his first pitch against the leadoff man here in the top of the eighth for the Red Dragons. Pinch hitter number 9, Chris Bonacci, 2-0. As the Pacers have gotten some life brought back into them. Tierson's next pitch in the dirt for ball 3. As Bonacci had to slow his roll for just a second, thought he was getting on base with a walk. Tierson able to squeeze it into the zone, making the count 3-1. And now Tierson's able to even up the count at 3-2. It's taken a little bit for these Pacers relievers to find their rhythm, as Bonacci grounds that one. Great move there by Barber, throw over to first, and not able to get there in time, as Bonacci will be called safe.
Now up number 36, Paul Franzese.
Good effort there by Barber, though. Track that ball down and get the throw to Kemp, just not in time. As now another pinch hitter, number 36, Paul Franzese, will step back up as the Red Dragons kick things off in the top of the eighth with a single to get a man on first. Tierson checks first. Winds up. There's the pitch. Low and away for ball one. This game, has reminded me a lot of that University of Lynchburg game that the Pacers had 2 weeks ago where they went down 5-0 as early in the top of the second as a bunt is gotten down. Great throw there by Tierson on the fielder's choice to stop the runner in Bonacci from advancing. It will count as a single for Ranzizi. As Prugana come back up to the plate. One out so far for the Red Dragons as Tierson checks the man at first. My apology once again for Nzizi. Just gets on first off the fielder's choice. As Tierson threw out Bonacci at second. Now here comes the first pitch from Tierson to Prugana. And it is called for a ball. Trying to shake off the cobwebs a little bit. First time doing play-by-play for baseball in quite a while. Forgot how fun it was to call this great sport, especially on a day like today. As Prugana takes a hack at it. But the pitch goes behind Robinson, so that will advance Ranzizi over the second, but make the count even at 1-1. One out for the Red Dragons, who now lead the Pacers 9-5 after 3 great showings by the Pacers in their last at-bats. So now Robbins will run up to the mound to talk things over with his junior left-handed pitcher. Still up to bat for the Red Dragons is Prugana. Be great here at the Pacers. Could hold the Red Dragons off from any more runs as their offense has finally started to come about late in this ball game. Prugana's last pitch is fouled off. That definitely helps. Makes the count 1-2. Tierson trying to scare the runner at second. Now gets ready for his next pitch to Prugana. And it is low and away, and it gets away from Robbins. And that will allow Franzizi to advance to third and even up the count at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Next pitch. Way above the head of Prugana, who actually had to duck for that one, or duck to avoid being hit. Makes it a full count. Runner still at third and Franzizi. And Tierson will walk Prugana. as Coach Porcelli will come back out to the mound. Porcelli, unfortunately, has had to step up to the mound a lot today. So now we will have our 6th pitch and change. And that will bring up another man as tall as a tree on this Pacer team, as it will be number 59, Nate Varnier, who's had a good showing in a lot of his appearances on the mound for the Pacers this season. The 6'7" left-handed pitcher for the Pacers. Has pitched 2 1/3 innings, has gotten 4 strikeouts, has not walked or given up any hits.
Now pitching for the Pacers, number 59, Nate Varnier.
Or hold on, let me correct myself on that. I was looking at the individual games. A lot of stuff to keep up with. So Nate Varnier has a 1-0 record. He has 9 appearances and 0 starts so far this season. He's come in and made 1 save. He's pitched a total of 14 1/3 innings this year. He's allowed 20 hits, given up 16 runs, 14 errors, has walked 6 batters, but has 19 strikeouts. He's one of the more security deposit pitchers in the bullpen for this Pacer team. And he will look to make a big save here as the Red Dragons have runners on the corners. We'll take a quick pause. I actually scratched that. Just as I say that, shortstop number 1, Andrew Michalski, will step up to the plate.
Shortstop number 1, Andrew Michalski.
Let's see what Varnier can do. He's had some solid outings this season on the mound. Gotta respect his warm-up song of Godzilla by Blue Oyster Cult. Whenever you have that much of a banger song, it's going to help you play good, pitch good. I think it's definitely done that for Varnier, but let's see if he can really have one of his best showings as he comes into today's game in a very crucial situation with runners on the corners and 1 out, trying to stop this Red Dragon lead from growing even more, as he will start off by throwing over to first as he gets ready to face the shortstop in the 9th hole for the Red Dragons, Michalski. Now Varnier gets ready to throw his first pitch coming to the game as Michalski tries to get a bunt down on that one, but ends up popping it up behind home plate for strike 1. It's also worth mentioning, just to kill some time, that the Pacers are debuting a new uniform combo. They got their classic green tops, but with white pants, green caps as well. First time we've seen this uniform combo this season. I wonder if we'll ever see the all greens return this season. 0-2, 0-2 the count against Michalski as Varnier's pitch is in the ground. And that's going to allow Prugana to just scurry over to second base.
First baseman, number 17, Matt Kraft.
They did call that a strike against Michalski, so Varnier comes in and does what he's supposed to right off the bat. No pun intended. As Matt Kraft steps back up to the plate, the leadoff man for this Red Dragons team. Runners still on second and third. Franzizi is just itching to get back to home. Varnier is going to try to apply some ointment to stop that itching and stop him from scoring and keep this 4-run lead that the Red Dragons have over the Pacers intact to get the offense back out on the field. 1-1 the count to Kraft. Varnier winds up. There's the pitch. And it's low in the zone to even up the count make the count 2-1. Two runners on, 2 outs. Robbins will call time. Varnier will get a breather. Good job here by the Pacers, actually slowing down the pace of the game a little bit. Making these runners wait on base. Next pitch by Varnier goes off the foot of Kraft. And so that will put him on first and load the bases here. Shimadi, the second baseman, in the second slot in this batting order. Up to the plate. Pacers just need 1 out. Next pitch. Up and in for ball 1. Seems like we've seen this a lot of times throughout today's game where all the Pacers needed were just 1 out and they've done some self-damage to either load the bases or let some more runs score, as Varnier is able to respond nicely with a nice pitch there. In a situation like this where it's 3 outs, that 1 out can be the hardest out to get. That's what the Pacers are dealing with here. Next pitch. Low and in. It was close, but it's going to be called for a ball, making the count 2-1. 9-5 our score here. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Varnier trying to stop the Red Giants from scoring even more. Throws it in the same spot, except gets even closer to the batter, making the count 3-1. This would definitely be a moment where you might bang your head a little bit if the Pacers allow another run off a walk. Let's see what Varnier does. Next pitch. That's going back. Gonzalez tracking it down. Jumps for it and is able to get it. Whew, yeah, exactly. Everybody take a breather in the press box and watching at home. That was a very scary situation, but the Pacers do survive. And hey, if you're watching at home, grab the nearest hat by you, put it on. Matter of fact, stack 2, it's rally time. As we get ready to head into the bottom of the 8th, the Pacers are able to hold off and keep this score the same. Red Dragons still lead 9-5. We'll be right back with more coverage of William Peace baseball on the Pacer Sports Network. So, hey, Pacer Nation, I hope you didn't do this, but if you turned off this game when things were looking ugly, happy to have you back. You might have been keeping up with things on social media. Pacers trying to make things interesting as they are only down by 4 runs heading to the bottom of the eighth with shortstop number 31, Butler up to the plate. Let's see what he can do against a new pitcher on the mound for the Red Dragons, the fourth time they've dug into their bullpen, as it is the right-handed pitcher number 15, Liam Krasny. Starts off the count against Butler by throwing a ball, 1-0. Next pitch, able to find the zone, making it 1-1. Rally time for the Pacers. Butler up to the plate, lets that one go past him, as that looked to be low and away. Krasny was able to squeeze down the zone, now making the count 2-1. Next pitch, Butler makes contact with it but fouls it away. Count remains the same, along with our score at 9-5. Next pitch, up and away for ball 2. That evens up the count against Butler. Butler now grounds that one over to the third baseman. There's a throw, is able to get it there in time to retire Butler. At least the Pacers are starting to make contact, though, with the bat. Something they were struggling with.
Now up designated hitter number 4, Jake Norris.
All the way up to, I believe, the bottom of the 5th. So I think that is when the Pacers finally got their first hit of the afternoon. Red Dragons have not scored since the top of the 7th. Pacers were 3 runs in their previous outings. As Norris' next pitch is fouled, making the count 0-2. Krasny winds up. There's the pitch. Right down the middle, but it's going to be low. Making the count 1-2. Next pitch. In the dirt. Even up the count at 2-2. Next pitch. Norris makes contact with it. First baseman has to come off the bag, but the pitcher will run over, and that will retire Norris.
For the Pacers, catcher Cole Robbins.
So the catcher, Robbins, will step back up to the plate and try to be the first Pacer in the bottom half of this inning to get on base. Starts off with a strike thrown against him by Krasny. Next pitch. Low and away. Ball 1. One ball, one strike, 2 outs for the Pacers. Nobody on. Robbins trying to change that, though. As that next pitch just squeezes in to the zone to now make it 2 balls, 1 strike. Next pitch on the way by Krasny. Robbins gets underneath that one. That ball is going back, going back, going back, going back. Off the wall it goes. Robbins running to second. That's a good way to start it off. And hey, if you need a time to get up and get hype, how about this walk-up song coming up next? El Croton playing over the speakers. The Pacer dugout is loving it to our left.
Number 42, Kevin Gonzalez.
Number 1, Shaw Thompson will come in as the pitch runner at second.
Number 1, Shaw Thompson in to run at second base.
And what would you know? This is the first time that El Croton will be played all for its full length and duration this season. You know Gonzalez and the team has to love that. As we'll have another mound visit and another pause in the game. We'll take one with them. Pacers trying to come to this lead a little bit more as they have just got a man on second off the double by Cole Robbins. We'll be right back with more coverage of William Peace Baseball on the Pacers Sports Network. Stick around. Gonzalez back up to the plate after a mound visit for the Red Dragons. Thompson, the pinch runner now, as Gonzalez fouls that one off, making the count 0-1. Big time at bat here for Gonzalez, with the potential to bring in Thompson to cut the Red Dragons' lead to 3. Gonzalez gets a crack at it, and it will be fouled off into the hill to the left of us, making the count 0-2. One runner on, 2 outs, 2 strikes for Gonzalez. Here's the pitch. Gonzalez gets underneath that one. That ball's going back, going back, going back. Oh, you set for Kevin Gonzalez. Hits that ball goodbye. It's on 540. Pacers with a 2-run home run. Kevin Gonzalez, call him Kevin Gonzalez. Pacers back in it.
Pacer has left the stable. Home run, Kevin Gonzalez, number 42.
What did I say? If you turned off this broadcast earlier, we hope you stayed with us. If you did, you're a real one. The Pacers are making things interesting. Hey, what do you say? That's baseball right there.
Now up second baseman, number 23, Logan Barber.
Oh my goodness. Do not adjust your headsets, ladies and gentlemen. Do not adjust whatever streaming device you are watching this game on. The Pacers are making things interesting here as Kevin Gonzalez just sent an absolute rocket into right field. What a better guy to do it too. A man that works so hard, spends endless time in the stable, honestly catches heat from his teammates as Barber will ground that to third. We'll try to slide for it, but will be called out. But look, great showing there by the Pacers as they have now trimmed this lead down to just 2. We'll take a quick pause. When we come back, the Red Dragons will be back up to the plate as the Pacers now have cut the lead down to just 9-7. We'll be right back with more Pacer baseball on the Pacer Sports Network. In the top of the 8th, the Pacers now are trying to trim their sword to slay this lead and potentially slay the Red Dragons from escape and carry with a win, as they are trying to make things interesting here after Kevin Gonzalez just launched a rocket on the Highway 540 that runs parallel to this stadium. Man, oh man. Saddle up, ladies and gentlemen, saddle up. 1-1 the count. As we're in the top of the 8th with the leadoff man. As it looks like it is a pinch hitter. Or excuse me, that is number 16, Scott Giordano at the plate. Batting in the 3 spot. 1 ball, 2 strikes. As Varner throws that one into the dirt. Goes behind Robbins. That evens up the count at 2-2. Next pitch by Varner. Giordano gets underneath that one, but it's going to be an easy out for Pat Rogan in right field.
Now up number 8, Cameron Hartenstein.
Hartenstein now up to the plate. Batting in the 4th hole, as we do have a ball game here. You're exactly right. First pitch from Varner, low and in for ball 1. Trying to contain myself from shaking so much, as the nerves have definitely picked up here. Great pitch there by Varner right down the middle to even it up at 1-1. Could have been a makeup call on that last pitch. 1-1 the count, 1 out, no man on for the Red Dragons. Next pitch. As he takes a crack at it, Gonzalez trying to run it down as it falls foul. Look, Gonzalez hustles for a lot of plays, but I feel like he had just a little bit of more energy trying to run that ball down, as he is probably absolutely fired up after hitting his first home run of the season and such a big point in this game. He ran faster than a jackrabbit trying to track that ball down. 1-2, the count remains the same. Here's the pitch by Varner. Oh my goodness. Looked good from up here. They said it was just outside for ball 2. That evens up the count at 2-2. Next pitch. Same exact spot. Gonzalez, the jackrabbit, trying to track it down. Diving effort. Can't get there, but it's called foul. Sigh of relief. Sigh of relief. Thank you to all 109 of you watching right now. Whether you just tuned in because you've been keeping up with the social media updates, or you've been watching from the very beginning, hats off to you if that's the case. We want to thank you for joining us. Make that 112. Thank you to the 3 of y'all that just shared this live stream. Thank you for joining us here on the Pacers Sports Network as the Pacers now trail the second nationally ranked team in the nation by only 2 runs here in the top of the 8th. They need 2 more outs to bring the offense back out on the field. 2-2 the count. Pitch by Vornier. Right down the middle, see the lane, Peter. Strikeout for Vornier.
Now batting the third baseman, number 2, Dan Coleman.
Y'all know that scene in Shrek where Shrek and Donkey go to the castle and are able to escape the dragon? It's what the Pacers are trying to do right here at this at-bat. If Vornier can get 1 more out here, and if that's the case, we got to get some really good music pumping inside the USA National Training Complex to fire up this team. 2 outs for the Red Dragons, time called. Vornier, the ultimate security deposit from the bullpen. First pitch. Check swing. Called for a ball. Evens up the count. 1-1 against the third baseman, Coleman. Next pitch. Low and in. Looked good from up here. 2-1 the count. Two outs for the Pacers. Down by 2. 9-7 our score. No runners on. Next pitch from Vornier. Coleman gets underneath it. Gonzalez, Tyler meeting each other halfway. Tyler gets underneath it. 3 up, 3 down for the Pacers. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to take a break. And when we do this, go get your refreshments, get some more rally caps, do whatever you need. Start doing jumping jacks in your living room. This is a big at-bat coming up for the Pacers. We'll take a quick pause, and when we come back, we will have the bottom of the ninth when the Pacers try to create some magic. This is coverage of William Peace Baseball on the Pacer Sports Network.
Getting started for your Pacers in the bottom of the ninth. Center fielder, number 28, Nick Tyler.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't say this too often in sports, but this could be one of the biggest moments that we've seen out of this baseball team so far this season. Call your grandmother, call your aunt, call your uncle, call anybody. Get them to a television right now or a mobile device. Have them log on to the WPU Athletics YouTube channel as we are entering the bottom of the ninth inning with the Pacers down by 2 to the second-ranked team in the nation. Leadoff hitter, center field number 28, Nick Tyler on the mound, or at the plate. It is the right-handed pitcher, number 5, Patrick Dalton, on the mound for the Red Dragons. 2-0 the count. Pitches in the dirt, make that 3-0. Pacers starting to push back a little bit after really getting knocked in the, not just knocked in the mouth, but knocked to the ground and getting up before the referee could count to 10 to get back into this ballgame. Next pitch. That puts Tyler on first. Things are getting interesting here.
Now up, third baseman, number 19, Hunter Ward.
Hunter Ward step up to the plate after Tyler is able to get on first with a walk. As now the coach will come out, talk things over. Coach Brown talking things over with the home plate umpire. Pivotal moment in the game right here. Third baseman, number 19, Hunter Ward up to bat. Tyler on first. Dr. Ralph, I'm actually not even going to say that. I don't want to jinx anything right here. Let's just stick to what's going on. 1-0 the count. Next pitch in the dirt. Makes it 2-0. No outs for the Pacers. One man on. Next pitch. Right down the middle for a strike. 2-1 the count. Ward crowns that one to third. That's going to be a double play there. As that will now bring up Brett Kemp.
Now batting for Pacers, number 26, first baseman, Brett Kemp.
So that will bring up Kemp. As the Dragons now have 2 outs. First pitch to Kemp. It's called for a ball. Check swing there by Kemp. That pitch is low, evening up the count at 1-1. Next pitch by Kemp. Gets grounded out, throw to first. And the Red Dragons retire things here. Valiant effort there by the Pacers, who come but oh so close to completing the comeback. There's an old saying in sports that goes like this: good teams know how to win when they shouldn't. That is a prime example for the Red Dragons there, as they hold on to defeat the Pacers by a final of 9-7.
Bottom of the ninth, your final score, SUNY Cortland 9, William Peace Pacers 7.
Valued effort for the Pacers. You can't say anything really about this team's performance other than that They did not get off to the start that they wanted, but the fact that they were able to come back and make it as close as they did speaks a lot about this program. You can lead a horse to water, but first you got to put the saddle on, and the saddle is definitely on top of the horse, and it is leading it, and Coach Long is leading this horse to the whole freaking river as this program is heading in the right direction to give the Sunny Dragons the scare that they did here in this ball game. Pacers fall to the Red Dragons 9-7. Pacers out hit the Red Dragons 10-9. Pacers acquired 2 errors for the day. Red Dragons improved to 11-3 overall for the season. They're now on a 3-game win streak. Pacers dropped to 10-7. We'll take a quick pause, and when we come back, we'll have the Pacer post-game show right here from the USA National Training Complex. Back here on the Pacer post-game show as we now transition over after the Pacers come up just short from completing a monumental comeback over the second-ranked team in the nation, the SUNY Cortland Red Dragons. The Pacers fall to the Red Dragons here at the USA National Training Complex by a final of 9-7. Folks, I mean this in the nicest way possible. This game got ugly real quick. And the fact that the Pacers were able to provide a scare, make contact with the ball late. For those of y'all that listened into the pregame show, I'll paraphrase a little bit what Coach Long talked about. Coach Long talked about how, because I asked him, I said, Coach Long, I want to apologize. A little shame on me for how much I talked about SUNY Cortland coming into this game. After all, they had a lot of great accolades, a lot of great games, tremendous season so far. Best of luck to them the remainder of the way. They're a team that can definitely make it back to the NCAA Division III World Series. They were 1 game short last year from making it into the final game of the D3 World Series. Would not surprise me if they got back there again. But nonetheless, I asked Coach Long what are some things that he's proud of his team that he could share with listeners and fans, and he said just how much they fight. Doesn't matter what the score is, they make it hard to get all 27 outs against whatever team they are playing. boy, was that never more true than it was tonight. I mean, going back to the top of the first, the Red Dragons were able to score 4 runs, their first 4 batters in the order, all getting on base, all scoring. And then in the top of the second, they added on to their lead after the Pacers acquired an error. To the top of the third, we went where they were able to score another run, and all the way to the top of the fifth when the game was at 8-0. You could have turned this stream off. You could have stopped listening in and just assumed that this game was over with. It very much looked so like it was, but the Pacers finally started to find some life in them in the bottom of the sixth after the score was 9-2, and then a great showing there in the bottom of the seventh. And then, of course, you cannot count out in the bottom of the eighth, where Kevin Gonzalez hit a 2-run home run for his first of the season to cut the lead down to 9-7. Just too many defensive errors, and like Coach Long talked about, that's the one thing they still got to clean up if they want to get over the hump and reach the next level that they're trying to accomplish. And the pitching struggled again today. Give credit where credit's due to the relievers. They all came in and did the best that they could with what they had to work with. Credit to Brendan Shea as well. Not taking anything away from him, but when you're playing a team like that has the sort of caliber that the Red Dragons do, you got to have your best stuff. The Pacers did not start off this game with their best stuff. I think that they finally got things going too late into the game. And like I said, more credit to them for making it as interesting as they did, because it looked like the Red Dragons could have the potential to mercy rule this game at one point, and it looked like they were just going to casually walk out of Cary, North Carolina with a dominant victory. But the Pacers were able to respond back after getting punched in the mouth and honestly knocked down on the mat and getting back up before the 10 count sounded, and gave it their all to come back, but just fall a little bit short here today. Pacers now fall to 10-7 overall for the season. They are now 1-2 in the week of this 6-game stretch. They now have to put this one behind them as they get ready to enter USA South play, which they will begin this Friday, a 3-game series against the Methodist Monarchs starting at 4 p.m. in Fayetteville. And to be the best, you got to play the best. The Pacers are definitely playing the best teams in the country. Now they just have to play their best games against these opponents. We'll take another quick pause. When we come back, we'll give you the final stats brought to you by Go Peace Pacers. Again, final score, Red Dragons defeat the Pacers 9-7. Back here, back here on the Pacers Sports Network, following the Pacers' heartbreaking loss to the Red Dragons. They came up just short from completing a monumental comeback against the Red Dragons. Our final score 9-7. Let's give you our final stats presented by Go Peace Pacers. Fans, for the latest news and updates from all things WPU athletics, please visit gopeacepacers.com. The Pacers ended up out-hitting the Red Dragons in today's game by a final of 10-9. Pacers had 2 errors. The Red Dragons played a clean game as they had no errors on the day. The Red Dragons left 14 runners on base to the Pacers 6. In total, the Pacers had 36 at-bats to the Red Dragons 35. 1 home run in today's game that was hit by number 42, Kevin Gonzalez, in the bottom of the 8th, a 2-run home run for his first of the season. 8 RBIs for the Red Dragons, 7 RBIs for the Pacers, 7 walks for the Red Dragons, 3 for the Pacers. Between both pitchers on both teams, a total of 6 strikeouts, and that pretty much seals it up for the stats presented by GoPeacePacers.com. Leading the way for the Pacers were number 19 Hunter Ward and Brett Kemp with 5 at-bats. And tough game, but it happens. On to the next one. The Pacers have to get ready to start USA South Conference play this Friday against the Methodist Monarchs. That game starting off at 4 p.m. and then Saturday and Sunday they will be in Fayetteville to continue that 3-game series at 1 p.m. But for now, our final score from the USA National Training Complex: the second-ranked team in the country, the SUNY Cortland Red Dragons 9, Pacers 7. Pacers dropped to 10-6 overall for the season. Red Dragons improved to 11-3. Thank you for joining us here on the Pacers Sports Network. Signing off one more time. My name is Graham Hill. Thank you for listening to coverage of Pacer baseball on the Pacers Sports Network.